actions test. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Is the desktop audio even working at this point? Find out in a second. MerMay. That should be better. Oh, hey, Maggie. How are you doing tonight? I'm just making sure everything's up and running before I get started. How are my audio levels? The music's not drowning me out, is it? The Grumpy Dumpy herself, Amber Turd. About fucking time. Loud? Okay. If I dial it back to about there, is that better, Match? Anyone who stands with Amber is also a fart? Yeah, pretty much. For the uninitiated, FART stands for Feminism Appropriating Radical Transphobe. It's an alternative and much more accurate umbrella term for the swerf and turf crowd. Going cross-eyed sewing spots. We'll take a break for a bit then. Excuse me. Fair enough. But you should still take a break if you're actually, like, having trouble. Where did I put? There, that's where I put my tiny pliers. I need those later, so I'm gonna head and grab them out. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead. Hi! My name is Ugly Dollar Store Barbie Knockoff. I'm going to be the victim today. Wait. Victim? This wasn't part of... This was not part of the deal. It's okay, I can fix you. Okay, crisis averted. Now off with your head. Because we've got to get this hair out of the way. I love her hair, but I have something else entirely in mind as far as color and texture. Her hairstyle that she came with would have been really great if it had actually been secured the way it was supposed to have been. So, this dollar store Barbie hair really isn't worth saving anyway, because it's a damn mess. So, clip, clip, clip. I want to get you a beautiful new do. I'll probably do the same style because I just don't feel like punching new holes into her head. I'm going to throw that hair away because it's a heckin' mess. And this dollar store plastic is so soft that I don't even need to use a hairdryer or hot water. However, the head is too small for my pliers to fit inside, so I'm just going to use a hair stick to rip out those plug screens. Or maybe I'm not, because that's no good either. Hopefully this isn't too sharp. You can see I'm just pulling the hair plugs out from the inside. Maybe paper scissors that are already kind of messed up will do better. No. This is going to be a real quick reroute. Since I am keeping the original hairstyle, I'm just changing the color and texture. So I actually am going to reroute on camera today, which I did not do the last 2 times I rerouted. But there's a much difference in the recordability of a 10-minute reroute versus a literal 10-hour reroute. Also, I already have a couple of cotton pads prepped with acetone next to me for removing her face. And I have to admit, the acetone fumes are making me a little loopy. Headcanon? I'm interested in hearing some headcanon. Sid from Toy Story only works as a garbage man to find more toys to mod. You know, come to fix it. It's not English. He grew up to run a toy modding Twitch or YouTube channel. I was literally about to say, like, what really makes Sid from Toy Story any different from a toy modifying artist? Like, is it the fact that his projects were horrible, quote unquote? Like, okay. So he's a horror artist. What's wrong with that? I gotta show off some of my sci-fi doll work eventually. Come on, just want that last bit of hair. Can I pull it from the front maybe? Sort of, not well. I should be able to go and grab the rest on the inside now, because whatever was blocking it. Well, I'm not sure what that was, but okay. So, I picked this mermaid doll because it was already a little messed up. All the mermaid dolls that they have right now at the Dollar Tree are ugly as fuck. But this one, she needed some help, so we're gonna help her. Sid modded toys out of... It was the blowing things up. That's true. He did blow them up too. Sid modded toys out of pure malice. That and he altered his sister. Yeah, the blowing things up and the altering toys, his sister's toys without her consent. That part's bad, but the toys weren't concerned about that. They were only concerned about the modding. He was a 10-year-old in a crappy household. That too. If Sid became a better person after the situation from the first movie, he went into toy restoration. Yeah, if he became a better person. And honestly, kids can be kind of awful, and that doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna grow up to be awful. I mean, I had my moments of being an awful kid. And yeah. My personal thinking on it is that Sid grew up and got some therapy for the crappy home situation and began modifying and restoring a lot of the toys that he found while working as a garbage collector. And there's nothing wrong with being a garbage collector. It's an essential service. Truthfully, I think anybody able-bodied should go into either customer service or just general essential service work, such as garbage collection. It'd teach a lot of people a lot about humanity. You want to see a future headcanon where he's Heck, I will write that fanfiction. Headset, do you want to help me write that fanfiction? Do some non-smut fanfic for once. You can help too, yes. You picked fights. Probably talked to them the whole time. Yeah, probably. I have got some. I just did my nails today. Wave bye-bye to this pretty shiny blue nail polish. Acetone's not exactly friendly to that stuff. It would be nice getting into some fluff picks again. It would be, wouldn't it? Oh yeah, I love it when factory paint comes off that nicely, that quickly. That's the upside to dollar store dolls. The paint is crap. Do it on a stream. We could do a collab stream about it the next time that headset's here. Absolutely, we could. What do you know? I didn't need that many cotton rounds full of acetone. Alright. Let that acetone evaporate. While it evaporates off, I wonder if I can sand down serial number. Probably not. Which is unfortunate, but that's okay. I'll figure out what to do with her body in a little bit. I have 3 of these giant braids of hair. They're almost as thick as my wrist. And I have thick wrists. But they're glow in the dark, so I'll find a use for them. Also getting a tat on your upper arm near your shoulder sometime after you get the back shoulder done? Sure. You're collecting a list of medieval illuminations that you want to tat, starting with the back. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna unbraid some of this hair. I don't need a huge lot of it. This is quite a small doll. My sewing scissors. And how long do I want? I want the hair pretty long on this doll. And I have plenty of it, so why not? Okay. That looks about the right length. So... take... that much and rebraid the rest. Not sure you want to get a biblically accurate angel on your butt. That did sound kind of bad, but that's okay. I abandoned the whole wholesome content shtick a while ago. Realized it just wasn't possible between me and my friends. It was always going to be wholesome instead. What's this? Well, yes. But Twitch was starting to get pissy at me calling myself wholesome content, despite the fact that wholesome and sexual, or mildly lewd, does not have to be different things. There's a difference between being gratuitously lewd and having the occasionally lewd joke. Do Twitch and YouTube understand that? No, of course not. Pearl clutching. So much pearl clutching. That's what happens when you get boomers and simps to run your platform, though. What if little Johnny sees a titty? Well, maybe little Johnny shouldn't be surfing Pornhub at 4 years old, Karen. Monitor your child's internet access, Karen. But little Johnny's 34 and doesn't live at home anymore. I thought you said little Johnny was the kid. A kid means like 4. If he's 34, he's totally seen titties before. He's probably even been all up inside a vag. Or a butt. Or both. At the same time. Little Johnny's a pervert. I've seen him about 50 times down at the BDSM club down the street. He's a right little slut. More submissive than me, even. Yes, butt spot. Lots of butt-nanigans. Little Johnny swings both ways. By the way, Karen, did you know that Little Johnny was his stage name and he's a stripper? And that there's nothing little about him? Butt-nanigans needs to be on a shirt. Yes, it does. Anyway, I'm almost done putting this hair away. Just give me a minute, because there's a lot of hair here that needs to be braided and put away. You know what else we need as merch for the channel? Like reversible hats and bags and t-shirts. Where one side is a big happy face that says butt spot yes, and the other side is a frowning face that says butt spot no. Anyway. I have put away the extra hair. Now I can get out this weapon of mass destruction here and begin rerouting this doll. So, rerouting. You take your reroute tool and you take a tiny amount of hair, fold in half and hook it over the needle. And then dab that shit into her head. I picked this hair specifically for this project, not just because it's glow in the dark and I love bioluminescent deep sea creatures, but also because, as you can see, it is textured hair, and I definitely want to keep this doll's skin tone mostly intact. I'm just going to blush the body to make it a little bit closer to the same tone as the head, and then add like some warmth and highlights and shadows and stuff. But I really am a fan of this doll's skin tone and face mold, so I wanted to make sure she had the proper hair to match. Okay, somehow her head is split right here, but that's okay. That's easy enough to fix. It's gonna be under her hair anyway, so mildly annoying, but not the end of the world. I am, however, gonna pop the head off again one more time. So it's easier to handle and see what I'm doing. Alright, see you soon, headset. I am rooting this doll kind of thickly. I want her to have good, full-looking hair, even though there's actually not going to be any in the center, because her hair is going to be in a ponytail. But I do want her to look like she has a full head. I'm using a thicker gauge rerooting needle than I would normally use on a Barbie-sized head because I want thick plugs. But look at how nice this hair actually looks with her. The downside to rerooting, especially with very long reroots, is that the hair sometimes tends to get everywhere. Bring the camera a little closer to the head so you can see the rerooting a bit better. Trying so hard not to tangle all this hair up. This hair, especially if you're not using yarn wefts, is where you're going to spend a lot of money if you're going to get into doll customizing. Doll hair is rather expensive. The next cheapest option other than yarn wefts is jumbo braids and other such hair extensions made for humans. So I use a lot of jumbo braids and old wigs and hair extensions. When I use wigs, they are wigs that I personally owned and used that are no longer good for cosplay due to damage. So I can guarantee like how they've been treated, how they've been cared for, and that there are no lice or other nasty things hanging around in them. Plus, I will never sell or give away a doll that has recycled human wig hair in it, simply for hygiene reasons. Because I don't want the very tiny chance that somebody could get something unpleasant from one of my old cosplay wigs. Because, you know, those things have been worn to conventions and stuff, and conventions can get nasty. Plus, wigs are hot and sweaty, and they can get gross pretty quick. So even when you're cleaning your wig, it's like, yeah, don't reuse that hair in something that you're gonna give to somebody else. Just not hygienic. Sometimes finding the hole is half the challenge. if anybody is interested, I am planning to build a environment for this doll, by the way. Just give me a moment. I will... Okay, there it is. So capture, add existing Chrome. Excuse me. So these are hanging fish bowls, massive quotation marks. Do not use something this small for an actual fish. It's incredibly inhumane, and I certainly hope that these are either photoshopped or were only in there long enough for the photo shoot. Do not put actual fish in something this small. You need at least a 5-gallon tank for any kind of fish. Any kind of fish. But for building a fake aquatic environment for a mermaid doll, they're perfect. So this doll will have an environment, and this doll specifically will be in the prize drawing when I have my 200 follower party, when that happens. So, but I'm planning to have this doll set so that she's like popping up out of the fishbowl sort of thing. But yes, disclaimer, don't use a tank that small, and tank is in massive quotation marks. Super teeny snails. Well, again, like I said, in that small of a bowl, like there's not even room for half it. Like that whole thing maybe holds half a gallon. So you can't even get a quarter of a gallon of actual water in there. That's just not humane for any fish or anything that needs to be in water to live and breathe. I don't know what you mean by a riparian setting, but I definitely would not keep anything animal in something that small. But for a decorative plant holder or a hanging display environment for a doll, nothing wrong with using them for that. Because dolls are not sapient. Or living for that matter. Not outside of the Toy Story universe. For which I'm glad, because, I mean, it's not like I can anesthetize these dolls before doing massive cosmetic surgery on them. Yeah, pretty much the reason that I didn't buy a fishbowl to make an environment in in person, the reason I went to Amazon, actually because I didn't want to have to deal with the very public judgment that would have happened if somebody had seen me buying a tiny fishbowl at a pet store. It's kind of like, I promise I'm not putting fish in this, it's for a doll. It's for an art project. I think sometimes you just don't want to have to explain yourself to people, you know? People should mind their own business. I mean, like, I could see being asked, like, hey, you know, you can't actually keep fish in there long term, right? Yeah, oh, it's fine. This is not for fish. This is for an art project. I'm making a mermaid doll and I want it to look like she's in a tiny fish bowl. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Carry on then. But it would have been the silent judgment and the whispers that I know I would have gotten. So I'd rather you just come up and ask, not make me have to loudly have a conversation about what I'm actually doing with it, just so that you'll stop fucking staring. It's their business to know what some random stranger that they don't know is doing. Like, and intent means a lot about it too, because if you're going at it like to actually make an attempt to educate and make sure that somebody's not about to harm an animal, that's fine. I don't care. Like I said, I don't care if somebody's actually got the balls to ask me and like clarify, because that actually does show that they give a shit and they're actually in it for the animal welfare thing. But if you're just gonna sit there and judge from afar and whisper to your friends, how is that gonna help the potential animal? Spoiler alert, it's not. But then again, PETA claims that they're helping animals with their horrible video game parodies and their overtly sexual advertisements that border on too pornographic for daytime TV, but they get away with it anyway. If they ask you what you're going to be doing with a small bowl in a polite manner, then I will gladly explain. If they're going to be a little shit and tell me what I can and can't do with the small bowl, then I'm not going to tell them what I have planned and give them the same. Exactly. Like, it is absolutely a matter of, are you going to be polite and actually ask me and have a conversation like a fucking adult? Or are you going to be a tit about it? Because if you're going to be a tit about it, I'll be a tit right back, and my tits are bigger. You'd give the most insane answer instead. No, this half-gallon bowl isn't for a fish. You heckin' person, you. I'm putting my toddler in it. Gonna make a display of tiny dicks with fins glued to them? I mean, Cyanide and Happiness had the butt shark. I could totally make a dick shark. Should I make a dick shark doll? And should I do it on stream? Ooh, how quickly would that lose me my Twitch channel? And how much do I care? That'll turn Mercenary Nellie's bright red and run away. True. Make a dick shark on stream? Oh no. I'm not putting fish in it, I'm putting the souls of the damned in it. Now hop in, Karen. Please, the devil has standards. Though actually, I suppose keeping them in a fishbowl does keep them away from there. I vote to keep the souls of Karens in fishbowls so that they don't wind up in hell to bother the rest of us. Any Karen, not the nice people named Karen that don't deserve that kind of shit that goes to hell, ends up being turned into a chicken and forever lays eggs for the abomination that's combined forces from McDee's and BK. Makes sense to me. That reminds me of a horrible story I read when I was younger. I can't tell much of the plot because, it was one of my first forays into the world of porn. But, let's just say that one of the plot points in the story that I read, involved women with very large bosoms being turned into cows and sold to the dairy industry. It was really messed up and a fascinating story. Didn't get anything sexy out of it. Just wasn't my kink, but this was when I was 18 and first trying to figure out what I was actually into. And as it turned out, I have very... I will say I have some interesting kinks. That's not one of them. Wound up not being into the transformation stuff. Read it because somebody suggested that I might be. Turned out I wasn't. Learn something new every day. Of course, that being said, I'm kind of demisexual and porn doesn't do much for me at the best of times. That explains why the eggs at McDonald's are always a tad off. True, true. Hate it when it slides right back off the rerouting needle, which it does sometimes. I'm just gonna pick up all the rest of this hair, and hopefully that'll keep my workspace a little neater while I finish this reroute. holes in this doll's head are so tiny. Alright, see you soon, headset. I think I might have cut the perfect amount of hair off of the braid too for this doll, so that's good. Hopefully I won't have to open it up again and cut more off in order to complete the reroute, because this hair is actually kind of hard to work with. Probably because I left so long. Probably why it's a bit hard to work with. I'm also a bit heavy-handed with my rooting anyway. But I love thick hair on dolls. One of the few, like, stereotypically girly things that I used to do with my dolls was that I would always, like, mess with their hair, brush their hair, put it in pretty styles, change their clothes. One of the few normal things I did with them. Okay, I am gonna have to cut some more hair, but not very much. Only need enough for a few more plugs. will braid that up later. Because for now, I don't know if I'm going to need any more than what I just took off of the braid. I may have even taken a bit more than I need. I don't know, I am bad at estimating how much doll hair I'm going to need still. As heavily as I root hair, this might be perfect. This might be exactly the right amount, because then I can go back and fill in a couple of thinner plugs as well. Exactly the right amount. Welcome back, headset. I'm just going to make sure that I have filled all of the holes. Perfect. Now, some Aline's Original Tacky Glue. I don't know if you can see down in the neck hole, but a big pink blob in there. So let me just put in a quick squeeze of glue. And Q-tip to mush that all around in there. Make sure every plug is thoroughly coated. Get back in the hole. But that'll take a couple of hours to dry inside, and I can't really comb or style the hair until that happens. So I'll just put my rerouting tool away before I... What? Me? Lewd and rude? Since when? Listen to the clip. Oh, I'm sure it was something amazing, like get back in the hole or something like that. Anyway, I want this hair. The clip you made before didn't get sent in chat. Oh, you have to oh, getting all the holes. It did get sent. Okay, I don't know why it didn't send through chat. It should. You're a moderator. Anyway, this hair, since I can't actually do anything with it yet, I'm just going to kind of gently gather on the top of her head. Probably just a technical issue. Anyway, gonna go ahead and pre-mask off her hair. I may or may not actually get to her face today, depends. You have these ones, the heart ones? They're my favorite. Little too long for masking off this doll, but I don't have any of the round-headed pins anymore. Basically, I kept losing my pins, and Magi was like, just buy some that you're not going to lose. Buy some that you're going to like enough to keep in the case and not just, like, stick on a pin cushion or a magnet and forget about. And so I did. You tried to explain to Kaiva why you need long pins, short pins, and clips. Yeah, I need to get some more short pins. Because like I said, these are kind of too long for dolls. But yeah, long pins are good for going through many layers of fabric or for pinning things down to large areas. Short pins are for fewer layers of fabric or smaller projects, and clips are for fabrics that are, or for fur, yes, long pins for fur as well. Clips are for delicate fabrics and stretchy fabrics. I actually use Wonder clips, sewing clips, quilting clips, whatever you want to call them, for doing all of my baby clothes. When I sew baby clothes, ow, stabbed myself, because because baby clothes are always made with knits, and knit is a very fussy fabric that likes to work its way out of shape if you try to pin it with regular pins. Clips are so much better for baby clothes for that reason. Ow! Fuck! I stabbed myself again. Let's see if I can pin this doll's hair in such a way that the ends of the pins stop poking out from the other side of the head. That'll do. Turned out I did need a few long pins anyway because so much hair. Okay. And layer number 1 of Mr. Super Clear, just so that it's done. I may or may not actually get to doing any painting on this face. That one is totally misspelled. Maybe. Another one that's really difficult to sew on is tulle, another delicate netting fabric. Okay. That's my mask. Okay. These are paper scissors. The rainbow ones are fabric scissors. I bought these with the intention of using them as scales on her tail, which I still could do, kind of. I cut some of them. But first things first, I actually need a washroom break, so I will be right back. Now you want to make a fursuit with bay wings that uses tulle. Good luck. Tulle is a pain in the ass. Anyway, looks like I'm still waiting for the MSC to dry. That's okay. I'm gonna have some issues with the MSC today because I think it's raining, and MSC does not like wet weather. It prefers the humidity to be under 70%. You're more likely to have problems with it the higher your humidity is. A Borgified fairy dragon. That sounds like fun. Anyway, while the MSC is drying, I'm going to use my stainless steel Mallocat mug to drink some coffee. If you want one, be sure to check out the merch store. The other two are going to be Frog and Virgin. Cool. Ignore my stack of art supplies over there. You can't see it. Actually, it's not that bad today. You can sort of see the Mallocat doll who still needs a dress back there in the corner. Forgotten about while I repair my sewing machine. On top of the bin that I used to throw away my lancets when I check my blood sugar. Anyway, coffee cup. In case you want to show off your love of Mallocat and the beautiful emojis by Headset in real life. T-shirts, hats, tote bags, coffee mugs, as you can see. I think I'm at a point now where I can begin working on this tail while the MSC dries, because I did her upper body but not her lower body. Her lower body is not going to have any painting on it if I can help. So here's some E6000. The lid stuck as usual. Put a glob of that in there. Let's try to clean up the residue on the side of the tube. Ow! I pinched my finger. I just want the glue residue off the side of the tube so I don't have to use pliers to open it every time. Come on. Be careful using your fingers. I'm made of marshmallow, they'll grow back. Hopefully, that'll be a little easier to open next time. Alright, Little E6000 in the paint palette, because it'll pull right off, and should I just use like a random assortment of all the colors? Or should I actually have a color theme to match the pink glow-in-the-dark hair? Like, what does everybody think? Imagine if the buff bear manly gay was the common gay stereotype and sensitive was straight and the ladies man. Chaos? Okay. Okay, so they may not look too bad as scales. I'm gonna, I think, use some soft type UV resin as well to make bins. You'd say random assortment, you're not. Well, the other two people in chat agreed with you, so 3 votes out of 3 active chatters being for Rainbow Chaos. We're getting Rainbow Chaos. Maybe she's related to the rainbow fish. You agree with no one? Well, you just got here. Hi, Gray. How are you doing tonight? Slowly melting in the heat. It's cold and rainy here. I mean, at least it's not hot, I suppose. 85 at 7 p.m. Holy shit. It broke 90. I can't believe that. It's only May, and it's barely May. Climate change sucks, y'all. Glad it's not that hot here. But also, we had another climate change induced false spring. got hot enough in the car that your plastic mini faces melted inside an aluminum case. That doesn't surprise me. It can get hotter than an oven in a car. Even when it's only like 60 outside. That's why you're not supposed to leave pets and babies in cars. I have had things that are made of like plastic and aluminum and stuff that have, or not plastic and aluminum, plastic and silicone and such that have melted because of being left in the car too. You don't leave pets in the car because you don't trust your cat not to steal it. I mean, cats are way smarter than we want you to believe. I'm not surprised that that happened. It looks very horrified at what it's become, though. Mother, you have melted me. The problem with the E6000 is it contains small amounts of latex, and I got some on my finger, and now my finger itches. I mean, it could be worse, I suppose. Would have decided to have an anaphylactic reaction today. Wear gloves. But then I can't actually handle the tiny sequins, these thin sequins. It requires dexterity that I can't get with gloves. Lots of like pink and red and green in this bag of sequins. I am finding that I am quickly losing track of other colors. Also, there's these random bits of, I don't heckin' know, like offcuts from where the sequins were manufactured that are like everywhere through the bag. You have the same issue. You can manipulate parts. You can't manipulate parts with gloves on. Yeah. You want to figure out how to make paw pads out of silicone, and in a way we can make hand paws you can use a cane with. Oh, heck, I don't have any clean right now, I don't think, but I do actually own some fuzzy socks that have silicone paw pad grips on the bottom. They're really cool. I'll have to find a pair later and show you. Because I slip and fall so easily because of, you know, multiple disabilities that they wouldn't, no, they wouldn't work with custom paw pads, but like we could see how they're constructed and maybe see if we can reverse engineer it. But I fall so easily that you already have, you just need space and supplies. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I slip and fall so easily that whenever I buy slippers or socks or anything like that, I always make sure they have something grippy on the bottom, like silicone or something. Because the last thing that I need is for somebody to have to pick me up off the floor. I'm not exactly a 4-pound kitten, you know. I'd prefer to go barefoot if I could, but the skin on my feet is very sensitive. Plus, being diabetic, like, I mean, you just don't go barefoot when you're diabetic, because like you want to get in an infection that's going to necessitate removing your foot, because that's how you get an infection that's going to necessitate removing your foot. Plus, my feet get so cold so easily. Like, my feet are always cold. The rest of me could be warm, but my feet will be cold. And so I keep socks on, because my feet get cold and then they start to hurt and pain travels up my leg, and then the next thing you know, I can't walk for a week. Massive sensation offense? Fair enough. That is totally valid, and you do what you need to for your own sanity and comfort. You wear sandals into October or November if you can. Which I find amazing, because you get cold even easier than I do. I run around in sandals in November. Plus, the other thing is I had to get used to wearing socks, because I can't stand wearing shoes without socks. My feet start to stick to the insides of the shoes, and it becomes a major sensory offense for me to have things stuck to my feet. Get the fuck off my feet, you piece of literal trash. So I would rather put up with socks. You've got winter shoes that are fuzzy inside. That's nice. only time you put shoes on without socks is if you need to run outside and get something real quick. Other than that, always socks on your feet. Yeah, I'm the same way. It's a major sensation violation for me to not have socks on under shoes, even if they're fuzzy for some reason. Gee, this is looking so cool without the soft resin fins that I was gonna add, that I may just do sequin scales. I may not do soft resin fins like I was going to. You have to wear shoes anyway, and it's more than 50 degrees outside, you go sandals. Yeah, I do sandals in the summer. As long as it's warm enough that my feet are not going to become cold and painful, it's sandals. But right now it is too cold for that, at least for my delicate feet. Hey Google, what's the weather right now?
Currently in Victoria, it's 10 degrees with rain. Today, there'll be showers with a forecasted high of 12 and a low of 7.
Thank you.
I'm honored to serve.
Your feet sweat like a lawyer in church already. Your socks in socks on you. Yeah, that's fair. That's actually the other reason that I do wear socks, is because my shoes don't wear out as quickly. Because one of the reasons my shoes wear out is because, I'm gonna be honest, this cat has a little bit of a foot odor problem. So, and socks, you know, they'll last through more washings than shoes will. And it's not a hygiene thing. Like, I'm obsessive about my feet, especially since getting diabetes. I've had enough blisters over the years to know how to care for one, but doesn't mean you want to have to. Exactly. Knowing how to deal with something and wanting to deal with something are two different things. "30-mile road marches in combat boots." Yeah, that's definitely gonna give you a blister. Or 12. You'll never wear boots unless you've got socks on. The only kind of footwear you won't put on without socks no matter what. Yeah. And it doesn't matter the boots, but I'm sure combat boots are the worst of the lot. It's not like the military cares about comfort. Used to walk along the beach where you grew up. It was about 3 or 4 kilometers one way, barefoot. Yeah, well, a beach is not the same. It was a rocky. Even rocky beaches are not the same. Like, yeah, maybe you can go through a rocky beach barefoot. I can't. Maybe you can, but let's put it this way. When you're going to a college that is literally built over the ruins of an abandoned coal mine, and there's nothing but forest for 40 miles around the campus, and you've also got venomous snakes and Spiders that are almost as venomous as those venomous snakes. You wear shoes. You've had bad enough. Blisters would form on top of already existing ones. Switching sneakers at that point does nothing to heal it, nor does moleskin. Yep. You only have garter snakes there and lizards. Yep, exactly. I still wonder if I had grown up here instead of moving here as an adult, would I have maybe not grown up with a crippling fear of snakes? Would I have maybe even, shock and horror, liked them? Possibly. So here's the interesting bit. It's going to be on the sides. The plastic's still showing through. I wonder what I can do to kind of cover that up a bit. Drop the damn sequin. something like that'll work. And then I can, like, drop some resonance and glitter down there after. Maybe this will work. I think I'm about to find out if this will work. I don't know. I'm not sure about this. I don't think that's gonna work there. I'm gonna stick that there instead then. Damn it. Stick that there. Stick that there. This blue one there. Red one that I grabbed by accident goes there. Oh no. Okay, those both fell. That's okay. Lay the doll back down. I'm doing this. There's also the distinct possibility that these sequins are just simply too large for this doll. Hey, sure it'll be fine. E6000 really is a great glue though. I recommend it. Anything you stick down with E6000 is not going anywhere for generations. Just be careful if you're allergic to latex. Or sensitive to latex. Not for miniature use, too messy. Oh yeah, I wouldn't use it for super tiny things. For tiny things, I apply it with a toothpick if I have to use it. For things that are on the outside of dolls that need to stay permanently, though, E6000 is great. Also hot glue. Inside the head, this is what I use, or Aleene's fabric glue, depending on what type of hair fiber I'm using. Use tacky for base fluffing. Yeah, I use fabric glue usually, unless I'm sticking it to a surface where the tacky glue would work better. But that's really heavily dependent on the surface that you're trying to adhere the fluffing to. Like here, the E6000 is great because it's all going to be underneath the scales anyway. So it doesn't matter if I make a little bit of a mess. For something tiny, absolutely not. Tiny things for the finish matters. There are other options. I am going to need to make some fins to cover up the sides. I'm just going to go up the sides that are big enough to take sequins right now. Maybe I should have done the sides first, but that would have been smart, and I never claimed to be. pretty much out of glue in the stack that I have here now, so pour some more out and try to get some glue sequins going here. And I'm out of glue. Looks like the tacky glue inside the head is going to be dry enough that maybe I can work on the face up a little bit later today. It's taking me longer to glue these sequins than I thought it would. This is starting to take shape now. It's starting to look pretty good. Even if I do say so myself. I want a green one next. The green one looks like it would fit there. Okay. Well, now I'm just gonna dump out the rest of the sequins. I'll pack them up later. Anyway, I was showing everybody before you got here, Gray. I was showing everybody this item. It hasn't arrived yet, obviously, because I just ordered it yesterday. But it will be arriving. And I'm going to use this. It's a wall-mounted, quote-unquote, fishbowl. Massive quotation marks, disclaimer. It is way too small to ethically keep any fish in. But perfect for building a small aquatic environment for a doll. So once that arrives, the next build day for this doll specifically will involve actually making the environment, because this doll is not going to be staying with me at the space station. This doll is actually going to be gifted to one random lucky weirdling during the 200 follower party once we reach 200 followers. I figured that for the next party, I'd like to try maybe offering physical prizes. And what better to offer as a physical prize than one of the smaller dolls that I've repainted. So I really am hoping that this doll's going to be really pretty when it's done. I definitely want to be able to give my best work to whoever wins the doll. I mean, obviously, if it comes out really badly, I'm not going to give it away, but I don't think it's going to come out really badly. So I don't specifically have an actual order that I'm gluing these in as far as color. Kind of mostly just going with what looks right. Kind of a random assortment. You asked for Rainbow Chaos? You're getting Rainbow Chaos. Rainbow Chaos. Basically, the only thought that's really going into this tail here in the scales is don't put colors that look like armpit together. Otherwise, anything goes. There is just not enough blue sequins in this mix. Mother's Day is coming up. Ooh, that is soon, isn't it? I haven't sent Mama Cat a card yet. I need to do that. I think she'll understand, though. She knows what Madge and I recently went through. Meet up and go get cards and do something together in the next couple of days? Maybe. I need to go charge the car first. Oh, actually, Mystic, would you and Kaival like to go and see a movie with me and Maggie? Sometime soon. Because we can go... Kaival might be working. Yeah. So I'm thinking, like, we go in the middle of the day on a weekday when it's not going to be super, super crowded. And we go to Silver City so that I can plug in the car at the same time. It'd be a great way for us to be able to do something together, as well as, you know, juice up the electric bitch. You'd swing by Fabricland too? Absolutely. But yeah, there's public pay chargers at the mall. And since I don't have a charger at the condo yet still, because there's still being problems, that would be a good way to handle it, I think. Oily Karen causing shit. I don't know what the holdup is at this point. I know that, like, they're actually supposedly getting quotes for installation and trying to figure out the logistics of it. What I think is actually going on at this point is that I think that it may actually be people who have multiple cars in the garage not wanting to give up their parking spaces, their extra ones, which is fine, but like the contract when you get an extra parking space does state that your lease on the extra space can be ended for any reason, including renovations to the parking garage that may make it so that there's less space. So maybe they should have read the fine print. Are the Karens that live here going to actually accept that? Probably not. They're perfectly happy to use, well, you should have read the fine print, against those of us who try to use the Strata-approved channels to make change to make this place better for everybody. But not when it comes to their own desires. I cannot wait to be back on a full-size space station again. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Okay, so there's spots on the sides to fill, but I'm actually going to make some fins out of soft resin for that, I think. Stick one more blue sequin. I can get enough glue right there. And then set that down for the minute. Rainbow tulle ribbon. I do not have any rainbow tulle ribbon. I have some purple tulle ribbon. What I'm actually going to do, I have some what they call soft resin, which cures to almost a plastic wrap texture, a little bit stiffer if you pour it thickly. I'm going to use some of that as well as some glow-in-the-dark UV resin to make fins to stick down there. Clean up all these sequins. Not a fan of the glitter that they packed in with the sequins. Not even usable because it's all just kind of everywhere. Just a heckin' waste and another addition of microplastics into the environment. At least when they're glued down to a doll, they're not going to wind up in the waterways. When they're all over my clothes, however, okay, let that dry for a bit. I'm going to wrap some sort of ribbon or something around her waist. Excuse me. But after the scales have had a chance to dry. It'll take at least a couple of hours before I can actually really handle those very much to actually make more changes to the tail. But I can start making the fins right now. So to make the fins, I'm gonna take this old Domino's pizza advertisement. To make a sort of stencil of the area where I need to add a fin. Excuse me. Gonna be 2 fins. The first one that shape. And I'm kind of going for the sorts of wavy fins that you might find on like a placket betta, but not quite as large because this is a female mermaid. A sunny start. I'm actually going to make that one fin bigger so that it matches. Actually, I'll just make 2. That kind of fin. Because wouldn't I? Make 2 of the same. Okay. The packing tape gives me a surface to draw on with the breakfast sandwich. Oh yeah. See, that's kind of why I was asking, because the Sunny Start is the name of a breakfast sandwich at a couple of restaurants. White Spot has them. QV has them. A couple of places have them. Okay. I also have these jewelry resins from Sophie and Toffee. All the resin that I'm using today came from Sophie and Toffee because I'm kind of going through my stashes trying to use up my old resins. And most of my old resins, especially my UV resins, are Sophie and Toffee. Silver glow-in-the-dark liner. To make a thin outline. Glow-in-the-dark resins are just going to make like spots and swirls and such through the design. You're being a bad influence on headset? Oh no! What are you being a bad influence on headset for? Spread that real thin because I don't want the things to be very thick. I kind of want the fins to be thin and fluffy. Who isn't being a bad influence on you? Good question. I wind up using only. No, I'm definitely gonna wind up using some soft resin because it's not enough. I just want to spread this out so it's thin. And then I will add the... Whoops, you can't see what I'm doing. I'll add the soft resin over that. Soft resin. Soft resin is a much thinner consistency It spreads easier. And it should come out appropriately flexible to use as fins. Make sure that there are no holes in the fin. All right. Those out of the way. Move those out of the way. Move that over here for the minute. And this beefy beastie is my UV lamp or UV resin. It unfortunately has this kind of plug, which is not the right kind. So I also have another beefy beastie, which I can't quite get to where it is second with the camera. I'm gonna bring it over. Holy shit, it's heavy. This is a step up, step down transformer. Let me be very clear. The plug converters that you buy at the drugstore or the airport are not good enough. When you have a voltage difference, such as this lamp, which runs on 220 volts, but we only have, or 220, 240 volts, but we only have 120 volt AC electricity here in Canada, you need to step up transformer or the product won't work right. Conversely, if you have a 120 volt appliance and a 220 volt power supply, you're actually pushing not double the current, but 4 times the current through your appliance, and you will start a fire. Do not use international appliances without the proper transformer. Unless you want to burn your house down. And trust me, there's better ways of doing that too. Your dad's mom did that. Barry Lewis did it too, back when his YouTube channel was still called My Virgin Kitchen. His style changed after he changed the name. I haven't watched him since he became Barry Lewis Cooking. Anyways. Input voltage is set to 110, and my transformer is coming away. I can feel it vibrating the desk. Now, the reason for the tin foil over the front is just to keep all the UV in the lamp so that it reflects back onto the piece. Now, let's turn that on. I have it set to timer right now. A minute should be enough for such a thin piece. So we'll see how this turns out. If it doesn't turn out well, I have another method. You can kind of see the light a little bit coming out from under the little flap that I made. There's always going to be some light that comes out of the edges of your lamp. That is normal, that is fine, it's not enough to hurt you. Just don't stare directly at it. It's like staring at the sun, you'll burn your retinas. But these lamps are made for nail art. Resin artists just kind of co-opted them for our own purposes. Actually, nail art supplies are a really good, less expensive alternative to buying stuff that is specifically made for resin. Oh, the demigirl colors? I didn't know that. Gray, white, and pink. Cool. I use silver, blue, and pink, but it's close. Okay, see you soon. I made a trans mermaid. Well, that would explain why she has male beta fins. But also boobs. Hey, light's done. You cured? Yeah, you're cured. Oops, but not underneath, apparently. Okay, I'll give you another minute. I'm gonna braid the rest of that doll hair and get it put away while that's in the lamp to cure. I don't want all this wonderful pink hair to wind up going to waste. Looks like my Fitbit is finally charged too. I can put that back on here in a minute. just in case. I'll throw it in for another minute. While I finish with this chunk of hair. So Gray, you have not seen the hair that I picked for this doll yet. I have way too much of it. I have literally 2 more full braids of this stuff, and I have used less than a third of it for the doll. Less than a third of 1 braid for this doll. Welcome back, headset. Not sure if I already said that. But once it's properly packed up, my rubber band's going for a walk. Yeah, that's fine. I have hair ties. I actually have hair ties that I no longer use because I switched to a different type of hair tie. You've been wanting some what? Doll hair? You were here for the reroute, weren't you, Mystic? It was a quick reroute. This is the hair that I used. It glows in the dark. Bright bubblegum pink hair. It's all braided and put in the drawer. And neon pink unicorn tails. Yes! And it glows in the dark too, so... Okay. The silver is not cured underneath, so I'm gonna have to, after I peel it up, put the fin back in. The reason is because I didn't use clear plastic. With lion-like tufted tails, ooh, that sounds nice. Especially with all that glow in the dark hair. Come on. Just peel off without too much fuss, please. You've got lots of pink fur and would really like to try? Okay, sounds like fun. Attempt to slide that pin in there. And while I'm drawing the next one, the underside of that one can cure. Mash that all around flat. Thinking making the long fur part, you can use cross stitch and crochet hook to make some wefts. I think there's easier ways to make wefts. Look up Delightful's tutorial on making doll hair wefts, because that's actually a method that I use to make wefts of many kinds for various projects. Yarn wefts and doll hair fiber wefts can basically be made with the same sort of technique. The turd tried to get the trial thrown out. She failed, I hope. Here. And straight. What did she try to get the trial thrown out for? Like, what argument did her absolute joke of a legal team try to use? There's some holes in this still. I'm gonna patch those up in a little bit. Wait, why is this not switching on? Oh, because I accidentally pulled the plug out. Okay, that explains it. Did the dog drop something else? I'm still amazed that she tried to blame that much poop on a teacup Yorkie. Phi outweighs most teacup Yorkies. We've seen some big poops out of small dogs, but then she's just admitting to feeding her dogs cat food. Yeah, but, like, the amount of poop that was in that bed, I've seen the pictures. That poop outweighed the dog. That poop outweighed both dogs combined. There was a streak too. I know, right? She had, I've been out drinking cheap beer and eating pub food all night diarrhea. And tried to blame it on the fucking teacup Yorkies. I think she not only wiped herself on the linens, I think when she was done pooping and wiping herself with the linens, she threw the bed sheets back over and rolled on top of it. It's the only plausible explanation I can come up with. is good. You're horrified for what happened, but you glad it's turning out this way. Same. Same, same. Same, 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 same. And Amber Heard was basically the face of the Me Too movement for so long. Anybody who believes her still at this point is just stupid. And I say that as a former domestic violence victim and a former rape victim. I do consider myself a survivor now, no longer a victim, because I am at the point of healing where using victim terminology no longer makes sense. But let's just put it this way. Amber and her bullshit is the reason, and people like her are the reasons why people like me choose not to report the crimes and not to pursue justice, because there are so many fakers out there that people like me are consistently re-victimized throughout the investigation. She's pretty white and rich. She had white bitch tears. I mean, she didn't even have that. She had a reputation that she knew was going to be tarnished the second it was found out what she did to Johnny. So she tried to make it sound like he was the abuser. You're still laughing at the muffin thing? It was even worse than what it seemed like in the clip that you sent me. It went on for like 20 minutes with the Amber's lawyers just going on and on about the muffins. But your husband made them for Amber, so he knew, right? No. I sent my husband to the bakery to pick them up for me, which is something that happened a lot because I was running late. I bring muffins to work like 3 times a week. This was not new behavior. It was not for Amber. It was for everyone who was in the office that day. Okay, but they were for Amber, right? Oh, and guess what I found out this morning? You heard the entirety of that part of the case? It was hilarious. The lawyer objecting to his own question. And the woman lawyer on the team, the lady on Amber's team, I just found out this morning, she's like a massive Johnny Depp fan. There's photos of her with I love you Johnny Depp signs at like events that just got released this morning. And I think Amber fired her. Like, maybe you should have checked to see if your lawyer was a Johnny Depp fan first. Also, let's put it this way, okay? You know, a good lawyer, even if they're a fan of somebody, they can put that aside. But also, a good lawyer won't let that kind of information out in the first place. Also, a good lawyer, fan or no fan, is not going to have somebody who is innocent of everything being punished for it. You heard a rumor that she had dirt on Musk and forced him to pay? Possibly. Possibly. Nothing surprises me anymore in this case. Fins are sticky. Peel this one up now. I did a thicker initial coat on this one. There's no holes, so it won't need a second go. That's good. Drop that in there. She might get removed from Aquaman. I hope she does. I hope she gets removed from Aquaman and blacklisted the same way Johnny was when she falsely accused him. She's literally the reason I didn't go see Aquaman. The petition has over 3 million signatures. Probably not that difficult to get dirt on Musk, and I'll look at the guy who kept tabs on where Musk went on his private jet because he wanted to show just how green Musk was. Exactly. The information's not difficult to get. Since I have the UV lamp out anyway, I might as well throw in some little zip lining accent. Sounds like something's arrived. Ziplining accident? I don't know anything about any ziplining accident. Musk had facial injuries and claimed his head got bumped against the helmet while ziplining while dating the herd. Ooh, I wonder if that's going to come out when Musk testifies.
Alex, where would you like me to place this?
In the chair here.
Okay.
I'll open it up in a second.
Okay.
I wonder what it is. I mean, I'm not a fan of Depp's acting. I'm the first to admit that, especially his later stuff, post Pirates of the Caribbean, not the greatest acting in the world. But, you know, especially after this trial, I have respect for him as a fellow sapient and sarcastic being. He is a class act and a half. Unbox on stream after I find out what's actually in it, because I don't heckin' know. And, like, if it's a toy or anything, I don't think I want to unbox that on stream. But I will take a glance at it and find out what's in it. See if there's a label or anything. Because if it's fine to unbox on stream, I will. First things first, I want to fill up this little trinket box mold. Pop all the bubbles. Hey, cat, what are you doing in here? I'm working with resin. No, don't go in your house. Get the fuck out. Madge.
Coming! Sorry. Cat, get out here. Come on, don't wait now. Sorry.
Pick up the whole house and take her.
Okay, I didn't see her escape. I'm sorry.
It's okay, just get her before her lungs get hurt.
Okay, guys.
Now, where did the lid for this resin bottle go while that was happening? There it is. Thank you. You don't like Depp in most movies, but you do like him as a person outside of movies. He's calm and sassy. Yeah. The only thing you can really hold against him is his choice to take part in the Lone Ranger. That was kind of cringe. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. There's a couple of bubbles in this one, but that's okay. Go ahead and grab the fins. Come here, you. Oh, hot. Damn, that's some good glow, though. Come here, you. stuck to the foil on the bottom of the lamp. You found a faux fur company? Cool. Who are you? You found a faux fur company. Are they a good faux fur company? Has boxes of scraps for $50. Nice. Okay, good. Those are not sticky. Right. They have fabrics and trim. Sure, I'd love the link. This one's mainly to clean this mold. It's been in storage for a while and apparently some glitter got spilled in it. I think the bear and the whale molds are mostly clean. I'm gonna throw them in so that I can see how they'll turn out. And help the whale one flatten because it got a bit bent in storage. The heat from the curing UV resin can often help flatten a mold that's gotten slightly damaged. Eco-friendly faux fur? Nice! That's hard to find. Some random chunky glitter that I found. And it's sticking to my hands. Okay. Now, let's see. The preference label on there? No. Whatever is in here from Wish. What did I order from Wish? This isn't from Wish. And yes, I can unbox it on stream. Guess what, Mystic? Oh, I hope they sent the right color though, because the one on the box is red. And neither of us wanted red. They come with a little ironing mat too. We both wanted blue. I'm just gonna open one and see if it's the right color. Or should I open both of them, Mystic, do you think? It's not marked on the box what color it is. It's blue! It doesn't say anywhere on the box that it is blue, but it is blue! And it's the right plug. It's so happy to see us! This is going to be so useful for making doll clothes and doing tiny seams in person-sized clothes and such. I used to have one, and they're so super useful for teeny tiny projects, I mean. And then Mystic found some, and not having to lug out the big one. Yeah, that too. Because why would you want to lug out the big iron for a 3-minute project? You got a dishwasher? Nice! This ironing mat doesn't look like it's going to be useful for much though. I think that we should... It's a water tank one, so it's technically allowed. There's no running water involved. Fair enough. That sounds good. So this ironing mat, it's real thin. I don't think it's going to be good for anything. So I recommend, Mystic, that we both buy wool ironing mats for these. I have a link. I can order them if you like. You have one already? Okay, well, I still need to get one. Can I check yours and make sure it's the right color too, Mystic? Just since they're not marked. Okay, it does say blue on the outside label. I just noticed when we check. Okay, yep. It's blue as well. Okay, so I wrapped yours back up and I'll bring it to you when we meet up later. Okay, now. We're going to need a few more minutes, I think, under the lamp. Yeah. These fins. Maybe I can get them to work as tail fins. So, because they're... too big for the sides. I think I can do something else with the sides to make them work better. Maybe I should make these into tail fins? Yeah, I think they'll work better as tail fins. Okay. So the fins that were intended for her sides ended up on her tails, and I'm going to do something else, I think, over here. Gonna, like, rearrange the scales a bit. Maybe glue some more scales on, because there's a few bald spots. I might. open up the tail fins. Where did that pop off of? About there. Let me just pop. Grab stick. So my goal here is just to cover up the obvious gaps, and then I am going to let the glue dry and just hope for the best, because honestly, like, this doll's gonna be in a fishbowl. I'm not really gonna see her sides as much anyway. Okay, that'll do. Now what I'm gonna do is pop her torso off, and then I'm going to take one of these little cups, and I'm going to take the resin and some of these iridescent flakes. Iridescent flakes. Oops, too many. In there. Check this. Oh yeah, that's done. Whale bookmark. Slightly sticky. It'll go back in a little bit to finish curing. Bear bookmark. Slightly sticky on the underside as well. Beautiful. A cat paw bookmark, which is probably not really going to be used because it was just to clean the mold, but the mold's clean now. Okay, that one needs to be flipped upside down inside of the mold to do the underside for now, so I can do that. Resin. And pour a good bit into the cup. That into a nice goopy iridescent resin paste. Which I am then going to apply around the waist of the mermaid with the intended goal of covering up the holes in the sequins just a little. Really need to there. Not working as well around the waist as I had hoped, but I am going to put some on the tail fins as well. Give it a little bit more visual interest, as well as to help secure them a little while that E6000 dries. I am, of course, going to add more to the waist of the doll. That made a mess. That's okay. Alright, that one will have to go back in after I stick the doll in. Well, bookmark's a little warped. But it's okay. We told Headset the other day, but haven't told me they're grown-ass women thirsty for the dad dog and Bluey. I know! I've seen it in some of the mom groups that I joined because I'm trying to conceive. There is so much Bluey's dad thirst. It's interesting. I have watched Bluey, by the way, just sort of as a, oh, what kind of kids programming am I going to allow in my house once I have kids? And yeah, I was literally about to say, Bluey's dad is actually super wholesome. And I thoroughly believe that Madge is gonna be the type of parent that Bluey's dad is. And I will be Bluey's ever-suffering mother. It was supposed to be a show for adults about being new parents. That makes sense. That makes sense because I've actually learned a lot from it, despite being now a preschool show. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I mean it. I mean it. You're a totally wholesome person, and I think that you're gonna be very much like Bluey's dad. I know that you'll be a baba and not a dad, but you know, you've got similar personality traits. Also, gotta love the millennial parent bod. You've already got that down, so I mean, enough chunk to be able to keep up with your kids. Yeah, that's hot. I'm not into the super buff types, never have been. But a nerdy dad bod? There's a turn on. Bandit thirst really proves incel severe. I know, right? I mean, if I was a blue healer, I'd totally marry Bandit. I'm not, though. So unfortunately, we aren't compatible. I think I found the feline version in Madge, though. Anyway, I need a 5-minute break while that tail cures. I'll be right back. Let's see. What? Spins. Getting calm in here. Just carrying to the foil, maybe? It's the only thing I can think of. Oh, I forgot to put my hands back on. Let's see if these are ready to come out yet. Needs to cure on the inside. That's no surprise. Also needs to cure a little bit more. I will turn that off. I will put those all the way in the back. And I will give the front waist of this doll another minute. Can't forget my hands. Can't forget my hands. What aren't my hands? There's my hand. Well, there's one hand. There's the other. Hands. I like having hands. Let me go back in for a couple more minutes too. Actually, that tail's looking interesting now that it's got the iridescent on it too. Actual body of the mermaid. I wonder if any of these cells might be the right size. Some of them are broken. I dropped the bottle at one point. That's about maybe a little bigger size, but let's see if we can find one. They're a little less. Otherwise, I may have to make some with resin, and I would rather not have to do that. This is definitely too small. I don't know. Maybe I should just paint the boob shells. What do you think? Because it's going to be a little difficult to find ones that are going to look right. I really don't like... Got any shiny paints? I have the iridescent paints. Why? What are you thinking? Make the shells as shiny as the tail. I don't have any air dry foam. I have some air dry clay. Make the shells as shiny as the tail. Should I still use like real shells? They have to be fairly big ones. But yeah, I can do that. Or I could just paint the shells that are already there and just make them look better and make them shiny. Or I could use sequins. Okay, I've got a vote for sequins. So, real shells painted, existing shell raw painted, or sequins. Sequins? Okay, that's 3 votes for sequins. Sequins it is. I'll put all these shells away. What color sequins? Red, gold, silver, blue, green, or pink? Silver. I have a vote for silver. I have 2 votes for silver. Okay, 3 votes for silver. No. I'm gonna skip it in there. Okay. 2 silver sequins. Now, as for how I'm going to glue them down, could use the E6000 again. I'm wondering if I should resin them down. Not the easiest things to mold onto her either. Unless I do it like that. trying to position this where I can see it properly in the camera. I think I can do them sideways. Horizontally, and then like fill it with something to hide the shells on the side. What do you think? Horizontally or vertically? I'm thinking vertically and then fill it. Got one vote for vertical for Madge. Go vertically and fill it? Okay. That's gonna be a spot of E6000 on each boob. Getting in the gaps here. Take a minute. Filled it with some silver resin. Once I have gotten the tail, other pieces out of the lamp, for some reason the tail is stuck. That's why it was stuck. I will fix that shortly. And in the meantime, hopefully this does not cause the doll body to melt. You're right, nobody should have to pay tuition. Education should be a human right. It should be something that's covered in the taxes, just like medical. But there are some people who don't believe that medical should be covered in taxes either. Those people want people like me to die, so I don't like them very much. Where's my X-Acto knife gone? Just a second. There you are. Turn down edges here. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Glow in the dark. Trinket box. So tiny, you really can't fit much except maybe a single pair of earrings in it. But I actually want to make like 100 of these, and so headset, you may remember back when we were in elementary school, those little plastic treasure boxes for keeping your baby teeth in when you lose your baby teeth. Scared, sick, stupid people tend to vote in a non-sinister way. Yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking, these are like practically the same size. And I was thinking, you could sell these as little boxes for kids to keep their baby teeth in when they lose them. For families that do the tooth fairy thing. Imagine I haven't decided if we want to do Tooth Fairy with our kids. But yeah. I'm also going to be making a bunch of little trinkety type things as prizes for my next stream party too. So, like, probably... And they're going to be things I made on stream mostly. So, the little trinket box and the whale bookmark will probably be involved. And probably... But I also have a couple of other things here. Like, I have this dinosaur candy keychain that I made a while back that I kind of want to use as a prize, a giveaway prize too. I have a couple of these little pendants that I made. This one. I'm actually probably going to keep this one. But if I can find more of these ceramic bezels, I'll make more environments, mini environments that you can wear on jewelry. Probably easier not to lose the tooth than making this. Yeah. Then I have some of these just little resin trinkets that I've made over the years that I never really did much with. I'm probably going to turn these into a magnet set. I have some little trinket dishes and stuff that I've made over the years. Small things that I'm thinking would make good little fun prizes for giveaways and parties. Especially since I'm making more stuff now that I'm making on stream too. Poke and see if that's fully cured all the way through. That's probably going to. Put that back down. And I can, whoops, I'm not under the camera. It would help if I was under the camera. I'm just gonna fill in the rest of the shell broth with more of the silver resin. So that it's more kind of like the shell is part of her growing out of her than it is like just the shell broth. Fill that in. little more. Try to make like a gradient down into the doll's body, if possible. And then there will also be glow-in-the-dark stripes on her to cover up the strap of the bra. Excuse me. The tacky glue inside the head is actually almost entirely dry now, so while that resin is curing there, stick my finger in some paint. 1 second. Bring out my baby wipes. For baby's bottom or messy cat girls. The white paint. What? Okay. That one's got glue and glitter all over it. I'll grab a clean one. So, pink hair, blue fins. I'm thinking blue eyes to match. Like this blue with some of the iridescent sky blue on top. That's perfect. Blue eyes sounds good to you too. Okay. Okay. It's gonna be a fairly simple face up. Blue. Black. Pink. Now it's got one soft bristles. And micro docking tool. And I think that's all I need. Okay. I suspect. Yep. Boobs are done. I think that's mostly everything I need from there. Going to now. That is rose gold paint. I was looking for the rose gold palette. Don't know where that is. Okay. Well. I don't want rose gold paint. I have some pastels. Wonder what I can do about just adding some warmth and depth to the body blushing. Make some pastel dust. Unfortunately, I don't actually know where the rose gold pearlix powder went. Because, first of all, pearlix powders are expensive. Second of all, that would have really brought some shimmer and life to her skin. I'm just going to do some real simple face and body blushing with the pastels. To make up for not having the pearlix powder. Pastels are going down really nicely today. I'm impressed. This gives her a little bit more of a warm, living skin tone. Want to hit pastel again? So am I. I often have trouble with pastels on doll bodies. I get the elbows. Elbows are often a little darker. rest of a person's body. Darken the cleavage a touch. And of course, immediately under the boobs. The lighter tones right across the top of the boobs. There, blend that in. Yeah, nice. Lighter on the top of the neck. And in the crook of the elbow. It's a little lighter. Much more realistic color depth. Now, before I complete the face up, go ahead and pop the head back on, because I have cracked too many face ups by waiting until the very end. Actually, this head is so easy to get on and off. It's easier to paint the doll. The head not there. I wonder if I'll be able to complete the whole face up with just pencils today. I don't think I will. Partly because the pink does not show up. I don't have a white pencil, so being able to do the scleras and the teeth is going to be a bit of an issue. But I am going to do the sketch. Not like that. My eraser. Where's my eraser? Reapply the blushing that I lost when I corrected that. And there we go. Okay. It's the most I can do with the pencil. So. Only one way to find out what. That is true. There is only one way to find out about the pencil part. And unfortunately, I found out. It wasn't gonna work. Oh well. I think I just have crappy pencils. Anyway, since that's the most I can do with the pencils, just gonna set the torso over on top of the UV lamp. And wait for the face to dry. I have two varnishes that I'm going to use at the end as well. I'm going to use some of this Galaxy varnish. It's a glitter varnish on the tail and the seashell bra. And I have this turquoise iridescent varnish. I wanted to use the violet. I couldn't find it, so she's getting turquoise. And it is a transparent iridescent varnish that I think would look really nice strategically placed over her human skin to make it look a little bit more fishy and aquatic and make her look glossy and wet. wipe that off with a cotton round. Take the tiny one to get in here and do her teeth. If I do the teeth before I do the lips, then I can more easily go over the overage with her actual lip color. I'm also gonna wipe away some of the overspill. I'm going to need a small pencil. Size 0 brush should be good enough. While scleras and teeth are drying, actually, that's still white wet. Part of me is wondering right now if maybe I should grab out my Posca pens to draw the stripes instead of trying to freehand it with a brush. But I also don't feel like getting up to go get my Posca pens. I may be able to view the camera right now. Sorry about that. No pressure, I think I'm fine. There's some delay in the stream. I can see that. So if I reposition based on where I am in the stream, it's gonna be the wrong positioning according to OBS. I really should have OBS on the larger monitor so I can see it more easily. But you know, that would make sense. Give me a pic of the first sketch design you had in mind on Skype. Sure. I'll give you an opinion on it after stream. I don't mind. That for now. The dragon doodle you made before you worked on. Okay, perfect. Yeah, take a look at it right now because I already have Skype running. Excuse me. Oh, I like that a lot. That's beautiful. Have you shown Mystic? If they're still online. While I'm waiting for this paint to dry just a tiny bit more, I'm just checking Discord too. I see lots of clips as well. I'll go check those out later. You're not. You should. I think they would like it. Wrong. Black. Because just a teeny driplet of it though. Sitting here asking myself what the hell a driplet is, and I'm like, I don't know, smaller than a droplet. I don't even know what the hell words I'm using. Smaller than a drip. Smaller than a droplet. brush, not the dotting tool for the lipstick after all. Go back in and fix her teeth later. Okay, posture check I can do right now. Hydrate I'll do as soon as I'm done painting the lips. This is a posture check and reminder to hydrate for all weirdlings as well. I am not a fan of the way her lips are coming out. She looks like she's in pain. She's supposed to be a cute, happy mermaid. Much. Not a fan of this at the minute. Okay. Wash that mess away. Actually, washing that lipstick mess away helped with the teeth problem as well. I think I'm going to use the iridescent. On her lips. Actually, just did the iridescent, I think will work with the regular. Much less wide smile. Touch of color.
Target acquired. Target acquired.
That's less scary. Now, the eyes I will do with the dotting tool, because that just makes it much easier to get a good round defined iris. And set that aside. Return to the body. And promptly stick my heckin' fingers into the still wet pink paint. That's okay. That was a quick fix. And then drop the doll. Because why wouldn't I just drop the doll? Why wouldn't I just randomly heckin' drop the doll? Sound disappear? No, it didn't. What? When did sound disappear? It didn't disappear, it was just a quiet spot in the song. Okay. Now I'm gonna do the iridescent over the more opaque colors. iridescent. White as well. Now I just have to wait a little bit for that. But the varnish. I have a little scale here that's threatening to come off. E6000 onto that. Welcome back, headset. Okay, I'm just waiting for some paint to dry before I can go back through and add details and iridescent and stuff. So, I'm gonna wipe some glue off my fingers here. There's some glue and some paint. There, I'm going to put away tools that I'm no longer using. Me as that is the responsible thing to do. Galaxy varnish. Brush for the Galaxy varnish. Alright, go charge your phone then. I'm not gonna stop you. Going to put a thin yet even coat of Galaxy varnish over the whole tail. Will both protect it and give it a fun little pop of glitter. Butt spot. Had to attach feather-like boning to your tail feather bases. Makes sense. To help keep the tail feathers where you want them. keep them from flopping. Fair enough. I may actually not be able to do the whole tail at once because, well, obviously I have to hold on to it somehow, and that means I won't be able to do the back until the front's dry. But at least the extra pop of glitter, as well as the protection of the varnish, is there. Make sure I get lots of glitter on these fins, these back fins. Down. Sure I didn't miss any spots. I wonder if hitting it with a hairdryer will actually help. I have a hairdryer with me. Does it every time. I do, however, know that I need a 5-minute break anyway, so hopefully by the time I get back, the paint will be dry enough to continue. See you soon. Somebody just messaged me on Facebook asking to commission a doll from me, and I don't know how to respond. I'm having a legitimate anxiety response right now. They said they know I normally do very artsy dolls, but they specifically saw the glow-in-the-dark pink hair and they want to commission a doll for their child for their birthday. And so I actually have to make a doll that like can be played with. Yeah, I'll message them back after the stream, but just wow, I'm speechless right now. I had posted a joke in a group about having too much of the glow-in-the-dark hair, and like I guess they like saw some clips and like figured out that it was me, and yeah. Start with setting up a card site. I might do that. Wait a second. Why is Steam telling me I'm disconnected all of a sudden? I'm not offline, am I? No, I'm still online. It's just Steam being Steam. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I saw yours. I'll just wow, I'm just kind of flabbergasted at the minute. Give me a second to stop internally freaking out, and I'll be back. You can walk me through. Yeah, card doesn't seem like a difficult side at all. Anyway, I figure rather than my be right back screen, at least you can kind of like see my face and see the progress of the tail. The starting commissions, yeah. I've done online commerce before. That's not the part that freaks me out. It's the fact that I am so new at dolls. That I'm surprised somebody already wants one. Have that in my TOS I'm storing. Yeah, I will. Like, I would be thrilled to actually make a doll that a child could play with. Just as much as making dolls for adult collectors. Fire screaming at you, she wants to do an out. Okay, you can let her do an out, but you have to close the office door before she managed to get in here. I'm thinking of doing 50% on commission, and then 50% before shipping. Take a 50% deposit and then, but I'm also, if it's going to be a doll that a child's going to play with, I'm not going to charge like a super amount. The 20% would be plus shipping, yeah. Because 50% and 50% is how I used to do it when I did sewing commissions. And it just seems easier because that's what I'm already used to. So, yeah. Okay, let's see. Is this dry enough to work with now? Yeah, it feels dry enough to work with now. So I should be able to add the iridescent to the body. I may just do Mr. Super Clear on the body. I don't know yet, because I'm also like thinking that some of the iridescent might clash with each other, like the turquoise might clash with the pink, but I don't want to lose the shine of the iridescent colors either. I don't know. I'll figure it out as I go. But if I do get a commission, I will 100%, if the customer is okay with it, I will 100% stream working on the commission as well. Canonically trans the dolly. I mean, that makes sense since she's got beta fins, right? Because, like, the fins on betta fish are a secondary sex characteristic, right? And usually are associated with a specific, like, they're usually associated with male bettas. Since she's sort of loosely designed off of a placket betta, you know, why not? Also, like, I don't want to charge a whole lot of money for a doll that's gonna be actually a child's toy. So figuring out pricing is also gonna be interesting. I almost kind of want to do it at cost with like, and then like have it in the terms that I do it at cost, but that gives me the right to stream the creation on my Twitch channel. So that I actually, like, even if it's only 50 cents, I actually turn a profit somehow on it. It's like, it would make me so happy to actually be able to create a doll that would bring a child joy, you know? I love kids. I can't wait till I have my own. You know, since I haven't actually made a doll that can be played with as a toy before, I'm used to doing such big, involved artsy pieces. And provide a plush Sharky to go with it. It may or may not be a mermaid when I actually do the commission. I have to get hold of the person, because I don't think they're actually watching my stream. Like I said, they found me through the picture that I posted in a Facebook group, and they were like, I guess they've seen streams before, but they're not in there today. But other parents speaking about, yep, fair enough. Mist doing some iridescent on some of the pink up by the shoulder. You made Butts Butts sad? How did you make Butts Butts sad? Buttons. That's funny though. Okay. And take some of the I haven't really decided whether I'm gonna MSC or varnish the doll yet. Set the down here, maybe? Please? Okay, no, she's not gonna set right. There. Okay. Okay. Good. Now. Black. eyelash action. Okay. Face up will be complete in a moment. Get some of this black UV resin here. For that being, I want her to have glow-in-the-dark pupils, but without the glow-in-the-dark paint. Because glow-in-the-dark paint tends to dull the eyes, and the eyes are going to be glossed. So horrible curse idea. Whenever you relax or are alone, you see a grinning clown out the corner of your eye. That would be terrifying. I'm gonna use my old permanent marker as a grabbing stick technique. Or actually, no, I'm not, because there's no hole in the waistband of this tail. So I'm actually going to very carefully hold the tail by the sides while I varnish the other side. Oops, I just got varnish on my microphone. That's okay. Glitter microphone never killed anybody. That I know of. I should clarify, I suppose. Galaxy varnish all over the fishy, scaly, taily. Probably should have put some string or something around the top of the tail. Maybe would have made this a little easier. You were once cursed in your LARP that you had to speak backwards for an hour. T-posing clowns? Oh no. Curses in tabletop RPGs are always either so dramatic or is a stat loss. Rarely interesting. Like hallucinating, or is it real evil clowns? Yeah. You've got a point there. T-posing clowns. The clown is having a date with Rosie. No! That's not even terrifying anymore. That's just gross. And it's only the size of a garden gnome? Oh no! Imagine being a character that throws spells which require very specific verbal requirements, and having to speak backwards. Oh, that is terrible. That's awful. But very creative. When orcs cast Stinking Cloud, I'm not sure it's actually a spell, and... Well, let's just say maybe orcs should drink less milk. But then again, that's also specific to Pathfinder orcs and a couple of others. Orc ninja? Are you just trying to see what Buttspot will respond to and how now? You've seen an orc ninja and it was amazing. It sounds amazing. That varnish just has to dry. Find a place to lean this where it won't get damaged. I want to check on the base. The doll itself is almost done. You're in a game one time that was supposed to be the fever dream of a previous character. It was different. That sounds interesting. Like, genuinely interesting. Just trying to figure out, where am I going to set this on the varnish dries? I think the varnish is mostly dry on the front. Maybe I can lay it down. That was not the gentle sit down that I was expecting. Put that back in there. It's not quite done. I mean, this was a fast doll. I just have to make the environment for it now when those fish balls arrive. I am not going to do a second coat of Mr. Super Clear on the body, but I'm also not going to use the iridescent varnish. Orc Ninja, Cobalt Dragon Slayer, and Gnome Paladin. That's an interesting combination. Adam do point buy for stats. Cobalt had maybe 6 for intelligence, but 25 for charisma. Dumb as a brick, but damn it adorable. That sounds like a gnome. They're either adorable little crazy geniuses, or they're not bright, but still adorable. God, I miss running my gnome. You supported a Kickstarter for a new game? Cool. Which one? Wait, don't tell me. It was, yeah! Madge and I were playing that with, certain friend of ours. I don't want to use meat space names, but, big tall guy whose name starts with J. He was running that for us. I backed that Kickstarter too when it came out on Kickstarter. This one isn't out yet. No. It's the same game, but they the Kickstarter's for the expansion. This isn't their first Kickstarter. It's literally the same game. JW got it. And it was fairly new when he was running it. He was running it pre-pandemic. We were playing it. You need to get us all together for a campaign of Toon RPG? That would be fun too. Yes, that one, Rindlewood Bay. Yeah, Rindlewood Bay, that's the one. The little old ladies with the book club. We only got to run one. We only got to run one scenario because somebody else who was at the table for that really didn't mesh well with the game, so we switched to a different game after the one scenario. But it was so much fun. My little old lady had a mouth on her, but nobody's surprised about that. And if you are, you don't know me very well. I love being a mouthy, whorish little old lady. I'm totally gonna be that kind of little old lady when I actually grow up to become one. May 18th, 6 p.m. Eastern. 19. Yeah, I need to talk to you about that, Gray. A lot of stuff has been going on recently, and I'm a little worried my circumstances may have changed. Possibly not too much. But yeah, I need to talk to you about that. Anyway, I ended up not needing my hot glue today. I dug out the hot glue gun and didn't wind up using it. Eyeballs are dry. Stress test is planned for May 12th. Be there if I can. Okay. Okay. Because of the iridescent, I actually don't even need to gloss her eyes and lips this time. Which is fine. I'm still not a super fan of those teeth. I kind of regret that. But will do. Will do. Okay. Lamp. It's done for now. So I can put that back over there. Another day because I've been streaming for 6 hours. but sooner rather than later. Mostly got everything put away now. Can't find my personal comb that I normally use for doll hair, but I have found a doll comb, which will be the next best thing. And I have some of these little hair elastics. Slide you over there. I really need to be able to fully assemble the doll before I can actually cut and style her hair. May attempt the hairdryer method again. It did help last time. That's just making the resin hot and soft. So I'm not going to do that. I think it did help a bit though. Take her hair down. It's actually visible. And that's an example of why we mask off the hair. Hair reveal. Hair's longer than her whole body. I think I can estimate how long I want her hair actually. If I that grab this empty jar. Pop her up in it. Without that. Difficult to do the hair on half a doll. Lay it down and do her hair this way after all. Any apologies for my messy stained desk. That's why I use backdrops when I stream. This is why I actually prefer to use my own comb over doll combs for this. Doll combs are tiny and flimsy and kind of ridiculous. I'm not entirely sure where my comb has got to at the minute. I'll put it there. All my little hair ties got flipped everywhere though. Okay, actually, legitimate question. Where the heck did I put my comb? Because I'm gonna need that later. Losing my mind. I'm surprised I had one to begin with. Oh no, that pulled a whole plug out. Oh no. Okay. My reroute tool go. So that plug must not have gotten enough glue. Just repair that. Why am I pulling whole plugs out right now? The glue should be dry. There's definitely glue on that plug. Attempt to replace this. May or may not be a successful attempt, but one can hope. Okay. I'm just gonna give up on combing this hair altogether. And instead, the trick to using these little tiny hair ties is to use like 4 of them at once. Otherwise, they do have a tendency to snap very easily. I know a lot of doll makers have trouble with these tiny elastic bands for little girl hair breaking on them, and like that's legitimately why. Use like 4 of them. Ponytail wound up off center. It's all right. It's an easy fix. Undo. Or, since these are cheap elastics, let's cut it because it decided to get tangled. And I don't want to have place any more hair plugs. Again. Hair. Head. Pop the head back off one more time. So this is going to be easier to do her hair. This way. Now I can pop her head back on. Do a quicker gentle comb. Her hair is going to be long, but it's not going to be this super long. This is longer than the whole doll, and that's just a little ridiculous. Because she is a mermaid, not a shoujo anime heroine. Okay. That allowed me to comb the hair all the way through. The doll is literally almost done except for the hair. Actually, I am going to leave the hair that long. I like it. I'm just going to clean up the ends a little. Now, remember that I said I really liked the original hairstyle of this doll? I am going to attempt rather poorly to recreate that, but first I have to grab something out of my cupboard. Yes, I am wearing regular headphones today. Bluetooth, direct to my hearing aids, each the batteries. Rather ridiculous. add a reason for that. Is it possible to have large prop hearing aids that pump sound right to my actual hearing aids for my suit head? Probably not that pump sound, not reliably, but I'm sure we could build something that would work. Like some vents in, like we could build large prop hearing aids, and then put like vents in the side of the suit that were covered so that I could hear. And then that would help with airflow as well. Anyway, we'll figure it out. So I'm going to attempt to recreate that original hairstyle, but slightly modified. So I am going to do the tiny braid, but instead of like dangling down next to the ponytail or going through the ponytail, it's going to wrap around the hair tie. So that it kind of looks like she tied her hair with her hair. Side a little bit so that I can get the doll a bit more underneath the camera. I'm wondering if I should actually braid all of the ponytail and then wrap one around the base. But that'll take a while, and I don't think I have that kind of time. Like I said, I've already been streaming for 6.5 hours almost. I think this is fastest doll custom that I have ever done. The doll, once I get her put back together, she's finished. I just have to build her display environment. And once I've finished the Siren doll's clothes and finished styling her hair, she'll be ready to have final reveal photos as well, posted on all of my social media. So just trying to tuck away the end of the braid into the rest of the ponytail. And that's giving me some issues. Arms down. Elastic back around the end of the braid. And under there. I have to tie a knot with braided doll hair. Let's get through the loop. Tuck better. This little pouch contains a whole bunch of little dollar store kitty earrings that I actually use for decorating dolls. And I'm going to, we could use pearls. Pearls are kind of stereotypical though. Some hearts, some love hearts, some sparkles. Let's see. What looks good against this girl's hair? Could work. Various sparkles. This one right up here in the center, and maybe use some pearls around. Now, I do not like the addition of the pearls, but I feel like the little silver heart is too plain on its own. Maybe I should just leave her hair plain. What does everybody else think? Leave her hair plain? Maybe like use just a bigger heart? Leave it plain? Okay, I will leave it plain today. After all, she swims a lot. She's a mermaid. It's not practical to have a lot of hair decoration. lose it. The glitter varnish is almost entirely dry, which brings those lovely tail scales just to an extra level. Let's pop that waist back on. Because of the resin around her waist, I actually need to open up her waist a little bit, it looks like. Not a whole lot, I hope. Just a little. If I have to, I can E6000 the waist back to the doll, but it looks like I don't have to. Just needed to open up the waist a little bit more so that it fit. You know, she's not my favorite doll that I've ever made. But she's not bad. I am, however, going to glue her together. Because she was falling apart even before customizing. Where did I put that E6000? I put all my crap away and now I can't find it. There it is. Blob of E6000 into her waist, and this doll becomes more of a sculpture than a doll, but that's okay. Because she's beautiful. There wasn't a whole lot I could do with the face sculpt that I was given. She looks a little bit crazy, but that's okay. We're all a little bit crazy. I am very proud of those fins. That's the first time I have free-handed a shape like that with UV resin. I'm very proud of them. So, let's see now. Oops. Lay you there. There's my mouse. Okay. One last look at her before I end the stream. And let's see who's online right now. Balance is online, streaming Stream Raiders. However, we also have Wispy. Will-O-Wispy is streaming Star Wars The Old Republic right now. I think I'll send everybody over to Balance though, because they're nice people. Alrighty. Raid message. Alrighty. And let me get my raid set up here. Looking for Kingdom Balance. There they are. And as per usual, everybody stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy. Most importantly of all, stay weird. And I'll see you next time. Good night.